transit professionals. If everyone will take their seats, we'll get started with the Safety Committee meeting for the month of December in about 2 minutes. Another minute. Do we have any public speakers? No public speakers? You probably did that in grammar school, or didn't you? Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the last December, the December, which is the last meeting of the Safety Committee, the MTA Board. Are there any public speakers?
No, sir, we have no public speakers.
Okay. The minutes have been circulated from our last meeting, which was in September of this year. Do I have a motion to approve them? So moved. Second, any comments or questions?
Yes, I think I'm noted in those, in the minutes of the Safety Committee meeting as Goldberg. I appreciate the upgrade, but it should be changed to Greenberg.
Sorry about that. We'll get that fixed.
Well, green is money, gold is gold, so noted.
I still think gold's an upgrade from green.
Okay, make those corrections. Okay, may I have the minutes approved, please? All in favor? Aye. Okay. Safety Committee work plan, Mr. Mayor?
There are no changes to the work plan in the book, but I would note that we have included a draft of the work plan for 2017. As we've discussed in here before, we have organized the work plan around the 4 pillars of SMS: safety policy, safety risk management, safety assurance, and what's the 4th pillar? Safety promotion. Thank you. And what we will do as we come forward is to fill out those 4 pillars with specific agenda topics. So I would encourage you, if any of the members of the committee, either now or between our next meeting, between now and our next meeting, have any input or suggestions on topics that you'd like to see included in 2017. We certainly know your favorites, but if you have new topics, we'd be happy to hear them, to include them in the work plan. And we would ask for a vote on the work plan at our next meeting.
Any comments or questions on that? I think that's a good approach. The evaluation of the Safety Committee charter.
I would remind the committee that earlier in 2016, we revised the charter to include a definition of SMS, safety management systems, as well as some SMS principles. So the staff do not believe that the charter needs any further revision at this time.
Okay. Any further comment?
I would make, with your permission, a few remarks on a handful of topics. The first being C3RS. The safety officers from the railroad, as well as Ann Kirsch and I, have been having ongoing communications with the chairman and CEO on best approaches for communicating and reporting out on the activities of our C3RS programs. That's the confidential close call reporting systems. We, during the summer, provided briefings to the board. We invited some guest speakers who have expertise on confidential reporting from NASA and from FRA to brief on the program at large. And more specifically, we briefed on corrective actions that have been implemented across both of the railroads, or at both of the railroads, as a result of C3RS reporting. Over the last couple of weeks, we've been reaching out to experts at the U.S. Department of Transportation's Volpe Center, as well as sister railroads, to find out how do other railroads report out to their stakeholders on C3RS activities. Some results from that: we have not found any other railroads that provide any formal information to their board of directors on C3RS activities. However, we've been reminded that really the key stakeholders in C3RS are the railroad employees themselves to receive information that assures them that their reports are held in confidence, that their reports are taken seriously and processed and evaluated, and that where appropriate they result in corrective action. And to that extent, Ann and I were just at Metra in Chicago just earlier in the week, causing us to miss the committee meetings on Monday. And we sat down with our counterparts there, both with respect to safety and C3RS, and came away with some information. We're just back in town today, so we have yet to discuss it with Lori and Justin. But we want to talk a little bit on activities at Metra that they do to communicate with their employees, as well as encourage employee reporting. And these involve newsletters and that sort of stuff to employees, and certainly things that Lori and Justin are aware of, but we're eager to sit down and kind of review communication plans for the year ahead to make sure that employees are engaged and are comfortable reporting. So that's a little bit of a work in progress that we just wanted to provide an update on.
One of the things we've tried to follow, especially in the area of safety, is be guided by the science, go to those experts, fact-based experts, that have the requisite knowledge and core competencies to do the things that we're doing if we've never done them before. If it's a core competency of ours, and we've done it for years, we don't have a need to do that. When we've had to deal with the Zika virus and the Ebola virus, we certainly were guided by the science. And then we actually go to people who are best practitioners, and we try to find out from them what do they do. Because if they've already learned what has worked and what hasn't worked, we think that could help us make informed decision-making going forward. It was not lost on me the first time I heard about the airline industry's anonymous reporting mechanism, the fact that they went to NASA. I was like shocked, because for somebody who in his entire career dealt with transportation issues on a modal basis, why would you go to a space agency for doing this? But they wanted somebody outside the realm of the transportation spectrum that could offer an unbiased view and a level of confidentiality, because the understanding that everybody had was, if you truly want employees to report in an anonymous way issues that they think are of concern, you have to be able to check off the boxes saying it is confidential and it's going to be unbiased. So that's a very important thing to do. And then the degree to which we can make sure that we are effectively analyzing those and assessing how serious they are and putting in corrective action, in large part, will be predicated on the employee buy-in to the process. So what we're trying to do here is figure out what others are doing with respect to informing their boards and other stakeholders, how they're doing it, making sure we don't violate that first precept, which is the confidentiality and the anonymous reporting, to make sure that we're not stifling the process of getting these reports. So we will be back to you. We have used Class 1 railroads in the past. We can use just how it happens, Metra, a lot of their services are contract operated by Class 1 railroads, so you actually get a good blend of both. So we will report back to you on that. Yes, Mitch?
I know Commissioner Zuckerman is not here today, and he always makes it a point of asking the question regarding the difference, the significant numerical difference, forget substantive difference, numerical difference between the number of, I don't want to use the word complaints, but reports is a much better word, and the seemingly lower number of activities which occur as a result of the reports. There may be, and in some of the presentations, it has been made clear that there are reasons for that significant numerical difference. But I think, as part of this, that would be an important goal in determining how to get that information to the board without in any way, reflecting the confidentiality issues. But because he is very concerned, as many of us are, about the seemingly inconsistency between the two numbers. There may very well be reasons for the inconsistency, but there clearly is that gap. And the more information you can provide to the board on those issues, I think, will satisfy all of us. And I know Commissioner Zuckerman has a major concern about that issue, and I just wanted to make sure that was raised today because he's not here.
Well, the one issue that I know we have to check off is this issue of statistical validity
Right.
of the numbers.
That's correct.
That's one box. And then are there other factors, if you can check off that box, that are influencing a rise or spike in the level of reporting in a certain area? Two of the railroad presidents, myself and David, went down to Washington, and the FRA administrator had a closed-door meeting where there was a discussion on less alcohol, but drugs, and especially opioids. And a number of agencies said that, they were seeing not only an uptick in the frequency of those types of issues, but they're being reported on as well. Because in some cases, it may be a report to bring to light other employees who may be having a problem and are trying to help them, or they're trying to, because once you do report, I believe you're not subject to discipline at that point for the most part with the C3RS. So, and so we need to be able to sort through those. And we'll figure out what's the appropriate mechanism to have that dialogue with the board so you understand we're doing the right thing.
Because there may be, there may be situations where the same issue, whatever the issue is brought up by a significant number of reports, okay? And let's say, for example, you had 50 reports on the same issue, okay? And the railroad took corrective action on that issue. The report would still look like 50-1. So there's a numerical disparity, but in reality, it's actually 1-1 because the 50 are all the same issue. And I think drilling down to that aspect would be very helpful to us so that I don't want to use the word eliminates, but reduces the significance of the numerical disparity to the point appropriate, because then you can see, okay, yeah, we got 50 complaints or 50 issues, but they were all on the same issue, and we took corrective action, so it's a 1-to-1 ratio, not a 50-to-1 ratio. And I think that will help in that context.
We're very, very aware of Mr. Zuckerman and the board's issues and concerns. It may be very difficult to answer the question exactly why are there numerical differences, but that doesn't mean that we're not paying attention to the reporting on both railroads and that there's enormous communication between Lori and Justin between the railroads, and I know Lori wants to make a comment.
Yeah, I just want to reinforce Commissioner Palley's point. He's getting it exactly right, that there are patterns of reporting.
Right.
So if we have 200 reports, 50 of them may be indeed about the same type of phenomena. So that's why you will see that perhaps there is only 1 or 2 corrective actions, because there are buckets, and Justin alluded to this on Monday, that there's buckets, there's patterns of reporting
Right.
that go into those numbers. So obviously, we want to encourage employees to report and want to let them see that the numbers are there. So there are those unique reports, but they do tend to fall into certain categories. So
Right.
Commissioner Palley, your point
And
is very well taken.
I think letting the board know that each month, because obviously each month you have in the report the CTR3 report, letting the board know, okay, of the 150 we got this month, or whatever it happens to be, 50 of them are on the same issue, so that that will help the board understand, okay, and we're taking corrective action on that as a result of that. I think that more transparency, without in any way, I don't really care what the issue is, and I don't really care who made the complaint. All I care about is, because we have those numerical numbers, we should try to explain them in a little better format.
The only caveat I'd put is that I still think this is a topic, C3RS, that is best dealt with right now in the Safety Committee rather than the operating committees, but we should give you updates as we, and because what we want to make sure that is all the agencies are following. There may be some minor areas where there's a specific application that's different and unique to that agency, but the basic core should be the same across all the agencies. Vince?
I just
Vinny?
I just want to address the one issue, and we're dealing with it on Long Island now, but it ties into what you had mentioned about buy-in. We encourage, the labor organizations are encouraging C3R close call reports. The only issue that we're still having a little bit is the conflicts with collective bargaining and discipline. So currently, and I'm not sure if Metro North does it differently, but the employees that are putting in close call reports are getting charged for the incident if it was a possible violation of a rule. That doesn't help with the buy-in. So they're getting a trial charge, they're getting a date to appear to a company court. We effectively try to get them to put in a receipt for their report, but sometimes that takes time, as we know, in the process. So they'll get a reschedule. And we're working with the department on it, we're working with the carrier on it, but it's not helping the buy-in because people, even though we can assure them that they should not be disciplined, they're getting charged. And if they're getting charged, they feel as though they're providing the information to help bury them. And it's very hard to get that mindset if we do, in fact, want buy-in. So we can make adjustments through bargaining on how we can waive things and avoid that original trial charge from happening. But until then, and I wasn't able to make Monday's meeting, but I was able to listen in, and I heard some of the concerns about the difference in numbers for the two properties. As an advocate for the program, I myself am struggling to get full buy-in in a lot of cases, strictly because of this issue with discipline and being able to pull back when we need to.
Yeah, would letting us know what like for Long Road, there were 5 actions that we're taking, would letting us know what those problems or issues that were remedied, what they were, violate confidentiality? Because I think that was a question that was asked. What issues were addressed?
Go ahead, Lori, if you want to.
If you recall, back in July, we did do an overview, both Metro North and Long Island, on what the actual corrective actions were. So that doesn't necessarily violate the tenets of the program, because we're reporting to our employees. So I would envision that we would try to continue to do that same communication with the committee, what actually was implemented and why it was implemented.
I think it's,
Yeah, while we're drilling down on these numbers, would it be problematic for you in regards to the confidentiality, the critical confidentiality factor, to provide us with a breakdown of from which departments the reports were generated?
yes, that would tend to single out particular departments, and that's a best practice that we've been encouraged not to do. In fact, we've even been encouraged not to single out individual railroads, which of course we're doing a little bit here. But to point out departments that are coming in may have the inadvertent effect of squashing reporting or creating a reluctance to report among those. We don't want to inadvertently encourage frontline supervisors to encourage reporting one way. Well, we want them to encourage reporting. We don't want them to discourage reporting.
Well, conceivably, could push it in either direction. My concern or my interest, though, is to, if you can find perhaps structural sources of the problem. And if all the reports came from, it's maybe not our business, and you guys will follow it up. If that's the answer, that's okay with me too.
I think that really is the answer, that it's important information. It's probably not important, not appropriate to share it at this level.
You and Vinnie, a lot of people there would understand it. I think Peter would as well. What we don't want to do is, I've been in organizations and I've worked in locations where there were different unions representing different employees, different classes and different crafts. And when one starts to take an action that the other one doesn't like, for whatever reason, then we don't even see the pressure that it's applied to try to stop on a certain level of reporting. And that's what I think we want to stop. So we're trying to find this balance of best practice and how we can share the information with the board, because at your level you want to be able to see, and I do too as a board member, that we're looking at the issues the right way, we're taking advantage of anonymous and reporting, and we're identifying in a leading way hazards before they manifest themselves in accidents. And that's what the driving force is. We'll move to the safety metrics presentations. David?
We're actually not going to do specific presentations on
Okay.
safety metrics. What I was going to comment is to say that the metrics are repeated from the operating committee books, and if any board members have questions, we can certainly discuss them, but it wasn't our intent to go into detail at this meeting. I did want to make a couple more comments on related program topics, if I may. One is just, well, both of these have been in the news recently, so I would imagine they're of interest to the board. One is to provide you an update on obstructive sleep apnea screening. As you know, we ran an extensive project at Metro North Railroad to screen all of the locomotive engineers, and that completed successfully. We have used the lessons that we learned from that activity to develop a competitive procurement for obstructive sleep apnea screening that we will be able to roll out to the rest of the MTA at appropriate job titles. That procurement has been a very extensive procurement to ensure that we get geographic coverage that will provide services for our entire service territory and maybe even beyond where our employees live. We received a significant number of proposals in response to our RFP. The selection team, which comprises representatives from New York City Transit as well as both railroads, have been very actively evaluating those proposals, have narrowed the competitive range down based on oral presentations, and we are engaged right now in the final vetting and final negotiation with a handful of vendors, several vendors, that will be in all likelihood awarded contracts very early next year so that we can begin to continue the program at Metro North, expand it at Metro North, and roll it out to the other railroads. So this is something that has been no small amount of effort, but we're very excited that we are, I think it's fair to say, leading the industry in this. Ann Kirsch and I were just at a forum on fatigue, not just in transportation, but across all industries just yesterday, hosted by the National Safety Council, and very few industries are nearly as actively engaged as we are in this endeavor. So I'm excited about it, and I just wanted to, since we haven't mentioned it in this forum in a while, wanted to make sure you knew that we were very, very active in that. Also, a question that comes up from time to time is what knowledge are you sharing among agencies? How do you learn from events and activities on one property or one MTA agency and share them? And just briefly, I would like to mention that I know roadway worker safety, particularly on subways and railroads, has been a topic of interest. And next week, representatives from across the MTA agencies are going to sit down and hold an internal roundtable on roadway worker protection to look at it from across different regulatory agencies that we respond to and across the different industries. What can we learn from each other, and how can we inform the decisions and procedures that each of our MTA agencies use to keep workers safe? So I just wanted to provide those updates. So if there are no questions on that, what we would move into is agenda item 6, which is a safety assurance item on preventing bus collisions. Oh,
Andrew?
On. Oh, now it's on. On the briefing you had on the issue of fatigue yesterday, were antidotes and alerters discussed to allow management to know if somebody's undergoing fatigue?
So yes, the primary focus was on scheduling workers to try to so that they can get adequate sleep and not arrive on duty fatigued. But there certainly was a little bit of a discussion about fatigue monitoring devices. There are a number of folks out there that are selling devices, and we even saw a presentation from an industrial company, a mining company, that is using them. My personal opinion, and others may differ, but my personal opinion is those products have a little ways to go before I would get excited about suggesting them, because my personal belief is that we need to worry about preventing fatigue, educating employees getting enough sleep, detecting sleep disorders, and assisting employees
That's
with their
the
own
one,
wellness,
detecting
rather
sleep disorders.
yeah, rather than
'Cause
sounding alarms.
It's likely the employee may not want you to know they have this disorder, and so things to look for and to recognize, and giveaways before we have a tragedy.
Although certainly the most prevalent sleep disorders respond very well to treatment. So I wouldn't, I'm sure if I were in one of these job titles, I'd be a little reluctant for people to invade my sleep as well. But the reality is we can work with these employees and help them perform their job safely.
Thanks.
About 15 years ago, when sleep apnea, I wouldn't say was in its infancy, but was nowhere near developed as it is today. Once again, going back to the issue of guided by the science, the military has reasons to try to find out how long a human being can stay focused and can do a task. And they did extensive research with respect to different types of deprivation, what effect it would have, how they would notice it, how they could keep people alert, and they came to the conclusion that in almost all cases, you won't be able to identify it soon enough to make sure that the critical task gets done. People will fall asleep and you'll have undesired consequences. So they quickly moved to the issue of limiting sleep, making sure certain sleep cycles were maintained, making sure you didn't change those sleep cycles in a short period of time. And that was the inferences to sleep apnea, because long before you work somebody along like a triple, double, or whatever, if you're in microsleep, which is the definition of sleep apnea where you're only getting seconds of sleep, you will fall asleep when you don't know.
I think there was just one more takeaway, I think, from the forum that we attended, this Blue Ribbon panel, and it really focused on how do you do what the chairman said, scheduling people appropriately, not disrupting their circadian rhythm, the education piece, and doing all of that without affecting people's livelihood at the same time. I mean, that really was a strong focus throughout the day yesterday, looking at the technology, looking at the education, looking at the regulations associated, and really trying to figure out where the gaps are and helping across various modes of industry and developing best practices there. So it really is trying to do all of that, and there's not really good technology for the detection of fatigue at this point.
So we'll move on to item number 6, bus collision prevention, and Steve Vidal has a few slides to share with us.
Good morning, everybody. As I've shared with you over the last several months, many of the challenges that we experience dealing with the realities of providing service on the streets of New York City, and that with all the different things that are going on with regard to the environment that we're operating in. One of the areas that we've achieved a high level of success over the last 2 years is driving down our number of pedestrian accidents. So by the end of last year, we had reduced the number of pedestrian accidents compared to the end of 2013 by 25%. And year to date, we're another 6% below where we were at this time last year. So we're seeing a level of success in there, despite all the other challenges that we have. And I want to talk about some of the things that we're doing to continue to drive that down. But in particular, I want to talk about the challenges that we face in this time of year, once daylight savings comes. So according to the city's Department of Transportation, the earlier sunset and darkness that we realize this time of year have been linked to an increase in the number of pedestrians killed or seriously injured by vehicles throughout New York City. And that's based on data that the city's collected from 2010 to 2014. And we, for sure, have not been immune to those realities. And some of the things that we have to deal with, is the amount of hours that we are dealing with dusk until it gets dawn again in the morning. But on top of that, this time of year, we're dealing with significant distractions from the holidays. There are millions and millions of tourists that are flooding the streets. There's lots of things for those tourists to be looking at and seeing, and they're taking advantage of that, but it's also creating an environment for us that's very challenging. Traffic congestion, as we talk about virtually every month at TA committee, is just getting more and more challenging for us. And in particular, at the beginning of the season, we deal with, in the outer boroughs, some significant challenges with the roadways, with wet leaves and the inclement weather conditions. But recognizing our fall challenges, the seasonal challenges, is one thing, but what's really startling is that we are on the cusp of a 2-week period that historically results in a tripling of incidents in the city. There was an article in the New York Times just a little while ago that said that in the 2 weeks leading up to Christmas, your rate of serious pedestrian accidents, including fatalities, triples over what it is on a normal weekday prior to the beginning of the fall. So these are challenges that we take really seriously, and we're putting strategies together to make sure that we're ahead of the curve and that we're educating our workforce, and more than that, that we're just maintaining the vigilance that we need to protect the citizens of New York. What we're doing now is actually very much in line with what the city's Dust to Darkness campaign was. So this is not being done in a vacuum, but it also is very specific to what we're doing in New York City Transit. Next slide. Historically, yes.
You just mentioned a tripling of incidents frequently in the 2 weeks between now and the end of the year. Is that because there's a tripling of people here due to the holiday attractions? Or is it-
Anecdotally, I would think there's probably something to do with it. There's revelry going on, and there's a lot of other challenges that introduce themselves to it. So probably that has some part of it, Commissioner.
So it's not a tripling of New Yorkers having.
No, I think we were pretty busy on Thanksgiving too. So I just think it's just a combination of challenges that we have to address. So historically, we approach these kind of initiatives with two prongs. One is, how do we communicate to our workforce as a whole, and making sure they understand what our goals are, and what their challenges are going to be, and the strategies that they need. But we also want to, with a workforce of 12,000 operators, we need to deploy our resources in a meaningful way that's going to give us the biggest bang for the buck, and intervene and hopefully identify operators that may need some additional attention, additional training, some observations. And historically, when we put together monitoring programs, we've always looked at lagging indicators. So, if an operator accumulates a certain number of collisions, they would come on our radar screen, and we would initiate a series of monitoring efforts on our part that would hopefully turn them around. And frankly, it's been very successful over the years. But in this new day and age, and with the whole concept of leading indicators, we came to the realization, over the last year and a half, that there's a lot more information out there that can help us predict performance rather than reacting to performance. And that's where we're going to with our initiatives here. So instead of monitoring people because they've accumulated a series of accidents, we actually now are putting together a matrix of leading indicators that give us an idea that this person might need some attention earlier than later. And some of those areas that we're looking at, we have a pretty robust customer service unit in MTA. We get complaints that come in all the time. When we vet them out, if there's an indication from those complaints that there's a reckless driving, aggressive driving, that's an indication that that's somebody that may be heading down the wrong path to maybe a collision. We have a very robust random check ride program. Last year we did over 11,000 undercover check rides, and we used all those, the results of those rides, as coaching opportunities to reinforce and re-instruct the operators on things that they're not doing appropriately or safely. But there's a wealth of data that we can glean from those results that if we tie them together and look at a matrix of an operator, some of those indicators, along with information the other information that we've got prior to an accident, could really put us in a place where we can do something more effectively with the operator. We have a very robust, a very significant amount of customer complaints that we receive. A lot of them are due to service and reliability of our service, but also a lot of them are regarding the operation of our vehicle by the operator. And when we sort through those and see that there's some nexus to safety, that's something that we should be looking at as a leading indicator as well. There's a red light camera program in New York City that generates notices of liability that our operators, once we identify the operator who was responsible for that red light violation, they are required to pay the fine, but also they're subject to discipline. That discipline has been negotiated and the steps are prescribed as part of an agreement that we have with all of our bargaining units. Similarly, with speed camera violations, the operator not only has to pay the violation on that, but he's subject to discipline. But each of those things, in and of themselves, are things that in the past we looked at just as an individual case, and rather than looking at the operator in a holistic manner. So we now have the ability, if you go to the next slide, we are merging all of these databases that we have and using the tools that are available to us to to create a holistic picture of the operators and identifying operators who accumulate a series of leading indicators that would support bringing them in, doing additional training, maybe doing additional monitoring on them, but intervening in a way like you're heading down the path where you're going to have the big accident, and that's what we want to try to avoid. So we're working very diligently toward that, making some significant investments in the resources that we're going to be using to roll this program out, but it's one that we think will continue to pay dividends. So while we're experiencing success in reducing our pedestrian accidents, we're certainly not happy that we're at the point that we need to be at, so we're working on that end. The other thing with using this holistic view, it really gives you an opportunity to be more prescriptive in your interventions rather than just reactive. Obviously, when an operator is presented to us who's had multiple collisions, you're going to have a different perspective on how to deal with that operator than if you're intervening based upon this holistic view of them. And really, in a lot of ways, this is a short circuit to a process of discipline. It's really one that's going to hopefully intervene and result in less discipline in the long run. So that's how we deal with our operators on a monitoring basis. But in whole, we really started to develop a communication strategy for the whole workforce. And it's important that the data that we analyze and the information that we have is shared with the operators. And I know I've spoken with you folks earlier about our Vision Zero training program, and that's really the first program that we've done, and we're wrapping up the second year of it now, where the whole workforce has a true understanding of what the challenges are as we see them and as they communicate to each other. And it's been a very positive. Had a very positive impact, and just the ongoing conversation after that class is over. It's the only program that I can remember in the 25 years that I've been running the training for the Department of Buses where the class ends at 3 o'clock, and the folks leave that classroom and they just hang out and they talk with each other, and they may follow up with a conversation that started in the classroom. They want to have follow it up, but there's not an urgency to run out of the training center, and that's a really heartwarming kind of thing to see, because that means that they're getting what the message was. And so with that, we're trying to expand on that and leverage that kind of success with buy-in to expand in the communication process. So as we entered into this fall challenge. We created a structure of communications from senior executives directly to bus operators. So, the senior vice president, the vice president of operations, and myself, we're communicating through correspondence directly to our operators. There are posters that we use pretty effectively to just communicate what the issues are, and it's in the back of their head that these are issues. If you look at the two posters up there, those are just examples of things that are around that the operators get an opportunity to pick up and work on while they've got some idle time in their swing rooms and at the picks. We're working very closely with corporate communications to put some car cards in the buses so that we're communicating these challenges to the public as well. We've partnered very successfully with our bargaining unit, with our labor partners. We talk about safety and leading indicators. They're all in on that because that is saving them the need to deal with the discipline after an accident. So I've met with all the leadership of the unions and explained to them how we want to roll out our programs, and it's been very well received. And it's been translated to what's being communicated to them to the membership by the unions at their shop gates. So shop gates have been very effective, and I think the message about how we want to proceed is being well received. And the last thing I want to show you is it's a 4-minute video that we did relatively quickly with the help of corporate communications, and it's just a message to the operators that's playing in their swing rooms. And it was so well received that we're going to be rolling this out on a seasonal basis. So, if it'll work.
Hello, transit professionals. This safety reminder message is about the challenges of driving in the fall.
For the city that never sleeps, the fall season presents a whole new set of challenges.
fallen leaves create slippery road conditions, especially when road surfaces are wet. Adjusting your speed for the roadway conditions will better prepare you to respond should something unexpected arise. Similarly, reduced levels of daylight in the fall present another challenge. Professional operators adjust their driving to the conditions. Always drive so that you can stop within the range of your headlights. In a New York Times article, Dr. Michael Flanagan, a researcher from the University of Michigan who has studied traffic safety on the national level, shared that he has seen a large increase in pedestrian fatalities and injuries in the evenings in the fall when the transition is made from daylight savings time back to standard time and it becomes darker sooner in the evening. Dr. Flanagan noted that the increase was not caused by a disruption of sleep from the time change, but instead simply because it was dark and it becomes harder for drivers to see pedestrians. The human eye is challenged with decreasing light. Vision becomes less sharp, with less contrast and depth perception. Reduced daylight and umbrella-carrying pedestrians present challenges that you can safely navigate with a proper defensive driving approach. While you might be able to see some pedestrians, they may not be able to see you. Try to gain eye contact, but always ensure that it is safe before you cross paths. Planning ahead and being intentional with your safety strategy prepares you when you encounter these scenarios. Wendell Phillips once said, "Eternal vigilance is the price of liberty." Constant observation is essential for safe defensive driving operation. As you approach areas frequented by pedestrians, maintain your scanning of the big picture as you drive at a rate that will enable you to stop if needed. Technology can be a blessing and a burden. Devices used for communication and entertainment can also lend themselves as a source of distraction. Data from the Occupational Safety and Health Administration, OSHA, reveals that distracted driving is a factor in 25 to 30% of all traffic crashes. As technology advances, so do our safety challenges with inattentive pedestrians. People can easily become immersed in their technology while remaining oblivious to their actual surroundings. As you operate your bus, be mindful of the distracted drivers, pedestrians, cyclists, and others who share the roadways. The transportation industry has many modes. We must be aware of the other modes as we provide service to our customers. In addition to pedestrians, it's critical that you be alert for smaller vehicles and devices used as a means of transportation. They allow the user to approach quietly and almost undetected to unsuspecting motorists. The National Highway Traffic Safety Administration has produced guides for pedestrians, cyclists, and other roadway users. It's not known how widely used that material is. We rely on professional operators like you to use proper safety driving strategies as you navigate the roadways shared by others who do not have the benefit of your level of training and expertise. Our city is an exciting place to visit, work, and live. People use many modes of transportation to get around. Many roadway users are not as safety conscious as they should be. You must lead the path to safety by your example of defensive driving. We are part of a vibrant city. Vehicular and pedestrian traffic are a given. Operating your bus by actively using safety strategies to prevent potential hazards from developing into emergencies are the mark of a defensive driving professional. Providing safe, exceptional customer service is our objective. Your family, our customers, your colleagues, and the City of New York are counting on you to make a safe difference. Thank you for making safety your priority.
Well, as I said, we're looking to roll out a series of those kind of videos on a seasonal basis with the message. Hopefully it generates conversation in the swing rooms and amongst the workforce. And it'll also be shown in all of our training classes up at the training center. Any questions?
I congratulate you on your efforts. They are mighty and I think will ultimately be successful. I have two questions. One is the cyclists. To what extent, if any, have you been able to harness the police department to deal with those cyclists who like to go the wrong way up a one-way street? through a traffic light, U-turn, and play cowboy?
So it's an interesting question. We participate in the city's Vision Zero Task Force, so we have access to different city agencies, and Chief Chen is often at these meetings, but if he's not, he has one of his deputies there. And that's an issue that we raise often. And there was actually a series of efforts done by NYPD to enforce traffic laws with bicyclists, but it's not done on a consistent basis. It's a blitz kind of effort. But it's definitely one that we keep asking for, so it's.
Seems to me that to the extent that cyclists use the public street, and particularly to the extent that they seek to advance their cause, whether it be bicycle lanes on bridges or the like, they have a responsibility to abide by those laws, although many cyclist organizations maintain that none of the traffic laws apply to them. My point to you is simply this: to the maximum extent possible, it would seem to me that you ought to get the message to the police department that it fails in its responsibility when it fails to take action against those who pose a hazard and are bent on a kamikaze mission of their own. The second point I wanted to ask you was back to my hobby horse of the trucks in the bus stops. It is my understanding that there have been recent comments by police department officials that they are loath to and indeed are predisposed not to issuing summonses or taking action like towing, which I believe to be the most effective way, with respect to the FedEx trucks, the UPS trucks, that park any old way they want to. To what extent, if any, have your discussions tried to make clear to the police department that it has a responsibility which it shirks by not enforcing those laws?
I'm going to step in here. The mayor is committed to Vision Zero. The police commissioner is committed to Vision Zero. The commissioner of the Department of Transportation in New York City is. Some of those comments I've heard as well, but I treat them as hearsay. If they truly are a reflection, we start at the top of the organization, and the mayor has been unwavering in the fact that Vision Zero is a high profile of his. So whether it's Ronnie attending a meeting or Steve or Daryl, we're all committed on one thing, which is Vision Zero. So, and there's always, in any particular initiative, a certain amount of, healthy tension to get to a different place. And it's not for want or lack of effort on our part to contribute, but we're aligned with the city on this. And Ronnie, did you want to elaborate any?
I was actually just going to add that we've recently begun a new initiative to start to photograph and document where we do think there are steady fleet interferences in our bus stops that interfere with our safe traffic movement.
Well, as you know, I am a hobbyist in photography, and I will present to you very shortly photographs of the double, triple, and
Yep.
quadruple parking, which seem to hit a blind side on the part of certain men in blue who otherwise do an absolutely spectacular job.
Neil?
Thank you, Tom. I don't sit on the New York City Transit Committee, so I won't try to repeat what you may be discussing, but looking at the bus collisions per million miles, which is high single-digit increase 13 to 14, high single-digit increase in collisions 14 to 15 period, so nearly a 20% increase over the period. Is there any learnings you have from what's going on that, pursuant to this committee, that we could share with other parts of the organization, given this is a safety committee, that you may be observing that we could carry over to other places in the organization? Maybe accident types. I mean, the bus is unique, but maybe you're learning things about distractions or other entities that we should be sharing.
What I will say is, and I think Commissioner Merdler has been weighing in on it regularly, what we're seeing is the environment that we're operating in is getting more and more constrained. The ability to navigate through the streets is becoming more and more difficult. So as we're seeing these increases, and we look at the types of accidents that are going up, we're continuing to see a significant number of the collisions where we're actually being hit as opposed to being hittered. So on a yearly basis, it's, we're at 64% of all of our collisions involve us being hit rather than doing a hitting. But what's more telling than that is the number of that we're actually being hit in the rear of the bus. So a lot of that anecdotally could be is the environment, but if there's less traffic, if there's less real estate to travel through, it creates people trying to squeeze that otherwise would have been successful and they can't now. It also lends to a series of speculations that we have a full frontal assault on distracted driving on our operators. We have a zero tolerance policy for cell phones. We enforce that rigorously, but frankly, I don't see that that's similar enforcement with the other motorists on the streets, much less bicyclists. I mean, I've actually drove past a bicyclist who was taking a selfie of himself on on a bus lane that was shared with a bike lane. So I mean, those are challenges that we're dealing with, but that's the kind of stuff that we're seeing.
Jamie?
I wonder if I can make a suggestion, if it's possible, and I agree with you that the city's doing a great job with Vision Zero, and it's a good partner in that, hopefully we are too. The double parking, to Commissioner Murler's point, seems to be, at least by anecdotal observation, such a problem. The buses have to pull out around the truck or pull in front of the truck, and you can see the problem it creates when you're out there on the city streets. I wonder if there is something as simple as asking the city not to make tickets that are issued for double parking in the bus lanes part of the negotiated discounts with these companies, because that in and of itself would probably be something that really incentivizes them not to double park in the bus lane. And just a suggestion, I don't know if it's feasible, but perhaps that's something we could consider.
Thank you.
I think we want to start at the top, and we actually want to catalog with facts, pictures, times, dates, locations, and that's where the dialogue starts. Because I agree with you, Jamie. I mean, it's an issue that maybe has gotten to the point where it needs to be dealt with in a more aggressive way across all fronts. Any other comments on this? Because we need to, Norman?
Yeah, Steve, what's the quality and the quantity of the information you're able to extract from the event recorders, and do you fold that into your database?
Actually, not so much the event recorders as our onboard video cameras that we have. It's become a game changer for us when it comes to capturing what really happened. So we have a much better understanding of the circumstances around all of our collisions than we've ever had before. Because pretty soon we'll have cameras on almost all of our buses, but the ones that we do have cameras on, we're able to really do a deep dive into determining what the operator may or may not have done correctly. But more often than not, what it's doing is it's exonerating our operators based upon what we're actually seeing out there in the videos. On top of that, especially in Manhattan, there's a plethora of security cameras. We can generally get some rendering of almost every collision in Manhattan so that we can get a real good idea of it. So I think we talk much more confidently when we review stuff with our operators that, this is a much greater learning tool for them, because they can, in a lot of cases, they can see what they did that they need to do differently moving forward, where in the past they may have just, rejected the notion that they did anything wrong. And that's a powerful tool to accept that there's something that they could do differently. So event recorders we really don't use unless it's a catastrophic kind of accident and it's being investigated for that purpose. We feel we get a really good rendering of what's going on based upon the onboard cameras.
Well, the event recorders become a more useful tool in the trucking industry for developing leading indicators regarding driver behavior.
So, okay, now going in that direction,
just
then,
to the extent that trucks are parallel to buses, I think that as a union representative, I'm continue to be amazed at how few people realize they're on camera most of the time.
You got that right.
However, the event recorders can yield you massive amounts of data, especially with regards to one of the big things in trucking is hard braking. So it will indicate hard braking there's so many hard breaks per operator.
We're actually looking into that. I wasn't going down that line when you asked the question earlier, but that's something that Darrell has asked us to take a real serious look at in 2017. There are different technologies out there that we could employ, so there's definitely value to that we're looking to tap into.
In the interest of not holding off discussion, but not stifling questions, I'd ask for this particular topic, if any board member has a follow-up, or you're thinking something after the meeting, contact Steve directly, and we'll share it with you,
Sure.
either in advance of the meeting or also at the next meeting. But I'd like to move on with the next presentation so that we don't unduly interrupt the board meeting scheduled to start at 10 o'clock.
Thank you very much. I guess I'd make a very quick note that Department of Buses is not the only participant in the Vision Zero activities. Ann and I were recently at a citywide Vision Zero meeting, and not only were we able to caucus with Department of Buses representatives, we also met representatives from MTA Bridges and Tunnels there as well, so that was very productive. To move on to the last item on the agenda, railroad emergency preparedness. We recently held emergency preparedness drills on both railroads and thought it would be interesting to bring the board up to speed on the activities there.
Okay, good morning. First and foremost, I'd like to extend our deepest appreciation to the dedicated men and women that serve with the MTA police, in the law enforcement communities in the city and in Nassau and Suffolk counties, the fire department in New York City, as well as the thousands of men and women that volunteer their time in Nassau and Suffolk County. In addition to large-scale events, these folks respond to medical emergencies on Long Island Railroad Metro-North property. They respond to grade crossing incidents, trespasser events, and we're very focused on not only helping to manage through those events, but making sure, as you can imagine, there's a lot of unique hazards that can be encountered in responding to these events, being on Long Island Railroad or Metro-North property, that we want to make sure that they have the information, the tools that they need to be able to go home to their families and loved ones at the end of the evening as well. So between Justin and I, we're going to talk about, Justin's going to focus on some of the regulatory requirements, as well as an example of a very specific drill. But to give you some idea of what goes into this training program, specifically for Long Island Railroad, our training department, we have a dedicated group of individuals. Kenny Klein is the manager of that unit under the direction of Greg James. And he has 3 dedicated training specialists, Brian Utica, Brian Corkery, who are qualified locomotive engineers, as well as John Thomas, who's an M&V electrician. They work with the emergency responder community to provide them insight into our procedures and how we respond to events on our property. They help them to navigate through the rolling stock. They do classroom training, they do yard familiarization, they do equipment familiarization, terminal familiarization. So their focus really is on helping the emergency responder community to navigate through our property and our procedures. In my department, working with the training department, we have our fire marshal division. Lee Sorensen is our chief fire marshal. They focus on the firematics aspect of the training. As you can imagine, fire and things react differently in a train car than they might in a house or a residential or commercial building. So they focus on ensuring that the emergency responder community is aware how these events might occur in those specific conditions. We do the classroom training. We do a lot of hands-on with the departments. And to give you some sense of the volume, as an example, on both of our properties, we train over 2,000 emergency responders a year. In addition, for Long Island, we work with the Suffolk County Police Department. On Nassau and Suffolk counties, there's over 180 unique departments and ambulance corps, and they're all volunteers that we focus on throughout the course of the year. We also work closely with the Nassau County Fire Service Academy and the Suffolk County Fire Academy. So there's a lot of collaboration across a lot of different jurisdictions to ensure that the emergency responder community is prepared to work with us to get through these types of events, large scale or small. We also work closely with Amtrak and Gary Hearn to address incidents that may occur in Penn Station. So we do a lot of work throughout the course of the year so that we're putting ourselves in a position to be able to respond efficiently and effectively to these events as they occur. As an example, some of the drills that we do, which are more of the large-scale events, just as examples. So 2014, we did a drill in Ronkonkoma that focused on a collision between a bus and a train at a grade crossing. And we worked with, it was a mass casualty incident. We smoke out the cars. We actually have the bus simulate a fire. And we work with the departments to go through the event. And what's interesting about Focus on Long Island is while Holbrook was the main department to respond to the event, they have a lot of mutual aid agreements with other departments as well. So in addition to Holbrook, the Ronkonkoma, Lakeland, and Holtzville, the fire department also responded and participated in the event. In 2015, in Babylon Yard, we simulated equipment between multiple unit equipment, so between two electrical equipment with the West Islip Fire Department to help them to navigate through that type of event. In 2016, in Yaphank Siding, we did a collision incident that involved a hazmat release. And in that case, we worked with the town of Babylon, the town of Islip, SUNY Stony Brook, Wyandanch, Wheatley Heights Ambulance, the town of Babylon Fire Marshal Office, and we simulated a collision with the C3 cars and a tank car. In addition, our transportation department, Steve Hurst leads an initiative, and on a regular basis, 2014, 2015, 2016, right through the present, we simulate an evacuation using the old Woodhaven station so that the MTA police and our folks get the experience of how to evacuate in a tunnel-type situation customers that are on a train. And this all happens also with the support of our maintenance of equipment department, because they're the folks that kind of have to put the equipment back together after we've had these types of drills and cars have been smoked out and windows have been broken, so that we can actually have the emergency responders. And if you go to the next slide, you'll see some of the pictures of the types of things that occur during these drills. So there's a lot of effort and focus, and Justin is going to talk more about the regulatory requirements and give you a specific example of a recent drill and what we accomplished through those types of activities.
All right, good morning. So as Lori mentioned, we're required to comply with Part 239 of the federal regulation. And basically what that states is that we have to have certain training and exercise requirements, including a full-scale simulation. And the recent update to the regulation this year required a focus on the safety of passengers with disabilities. Next slide. So our program consists of our emergency preparedness plan, yard and equipment familiarization, training for first responders, a full-scale exercise, an after-action report from each exercise, as well as corrective action plan. As Lori stated, Metro North trains about 2,000 first responders a year. This year, next slide. This year, the full-scale exercise focused on assisting limited mobility passengers during an emergency evacuation. Our participants included MTA Police, North White Plains Fire Department, the Valhalla Volunteer Ambulance Corps, Westchester Emergency Services, Westchester Technical Rescue Team, and the Westchester Independent Living Center. So each year we develop a mock scenario for the exercise. This year the scenario entailed a passenger train striking a downed tree, which caused a minor smoke condition on board the train. The scenario also included a customer in a wheelchair on board the first car, which required assistance from the first responders. So some of the lessons that we learned from this year's exercise was that passenger relocation using the emergency egress staircases reduces the evacuation time. The stair chair will fit down aisles and through the barrel end doors. This is something that was very important to us, and we found out through the exercise. And then finally, the vertical ladders present somewhat of an evacuation challenge for passengers with mobility issues. Lessons learned on the passenger technical rescue end was that we learned that the removal through egress windows can be accomplished using the equipment such as a roof ladder, Stokes basket, as well as rope and webbing. And the motorized mobility scooter can be disassembled and removed through egress windows if necessary. That concludes the presentation.
Any comments or questions regarding either one of the presentations? Mr. Merdler?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to congratulate you and these fine folk across the table. We hear of safety problems usually after the accident, when the disaster has occurred, and the press pays attention to it at that time. Little do they know that an effort is being made by good people to try and prevent those, to deal with them. And I think that point ought to be forcibly brought home to all of the media and to the public at large, and I congratulate you.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments? Sure, Mitch.
On a subject we didn't talk about yet, but I know is dear to many of our hearts, which is grade crossing issues. The governor just signed legislation to require state DOT to do an analysis of whatever number of grade crossings there are in the state of New York, some astronomical number. I assume we will be working with state DOT on the ones in our jurisdiction to determine best practices in that regard. The impression I got from reading the legislation is that's what they're intended to do, but it doesn't specifically say that. But I assume that's what the intent is.
Yes, absolutely. There are about 5,000 grade crossings throughout the state of New York, about 400 on MTA railroads, and we've been working very extensively. As the committee knows, we, through a competitive award, retained a consulting firm to do extensive assessments on our property, and as luck would have it, our consultant is actually with us this morning, so observing the safety committee meeting, so still a very active project.
There's been,
We're working at a crossing-by-crossing level, and one of the objectives of our meetings this week is to talk a little bit about things that cut across crossings and railroads that could become potential improvements system-wide.
given the level of interest the board has had and the attention that we paid to it across all the agencies, we really need to come back to you in the first quarter of 2017 at the Safety Committee with a more holistic report of all the activities, because a lot of work has been ongoing, and we've got a lot to report on between the last time we reported and when we would give that report. Any other comments or questions? That concludes the business of the Safety Committee for the month of December. I have a motion to adjourn. Second, all in favor? Aye. We'll reconvene at 10 o'clock with the MTA board meeting. If everyone would take their seats, we'll get started with the December meeting of the MTA Board in 2 minutes. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the December meeting of the Metropolitan Transportation Authority Board. We'll begin with public speaking. Mr. Morello, are there any public speakers?
Yes, sir. We have 10. I would ask all our speakers, in the name of fairness to all speakers, to try to observe our 2-minute limit on public comments. So we'll get started. First speaker is Harry Lombardo. He'll be followed by John Brown. Mr. Lombardo.
Good morning. Mr. Pendergrass, I want to thank you for the opportunity to address you and the MTA board today. Just as the MTA and TW Local 100 are partners in moving the people of New York, so too is TW International a partner with all our locals when they are at the bargaining table. Local 100 is our largest local, and I know how hard these men and women work every day to keep this city running. I know the ins and outs of operating a large transit system much better than many of you may think. I started my career in public transit in 1972. I started as a car cleaner for the Southeastern Pennsylvania Transportation Authority in Philadelphia before becoming a mechanic. I knew after a short time that being involved in my local union was going to be an important part of my career. Not only for me, but for the hardworking men and women of SEPTA. So I didn't sit on the sidelines. I got in the game, and I ran for office and eventually became president of Local 234. Everything we fought for in Philadelphia, every benefit added, every wage increase, every workplace safety improvement made wasn't handed to us by the company. We had to bargain hard, and sometimes even fight for it. Even if it meant going on strike, like Local 234 did last month. Mind you, I believe that strikes are a failure on the part of both parties involved in negotiation. Usually each party is overreached. But now, understand that no union ever takes the decision to strike lightly. We know what an impact that has on the community because our friends and families are also affected when their commute is disrupted and our members go without pay. I led strikes against SEPTA and bargained many a contract with the agency. It's never easy, but then again, public transit jobs aren't easy. Just last month, we lost a flagger, Brother Lewis Gray, and nearly lost his partner, Jeffrey Fleming, in a tragic accident on the right-of-way. A bus operator was choked by a passenger, and a train operator was beaten while on the job. A station agent in her MTA uniform was attacked for wearing a headscarf. If our members are going to be in danger when they go to work, it is our job as their union to demand protection, and it is our job to hold the MTA accountable for decent wages, pensions, and workplace safety improvements. I'm proud to stand here today with John Samuelson, and I'm proud to have him as my executive vice president at the International. We ran for office as part of a team in 2013 because we had seen firsthand how the previous administration had ceded the high ground to management again and again at our members' expense. It was time to fight for the soul of TWU and to bring us back to our militant roots. And we won. And we have turned this union around in a way that we believe would make our founder, Michael J. Quill, proud. Our great union started in this city, and we've grown quite a bit over the last 82 years. Not just in New York and Philadelphia, but wherever you find a strong public transit systems, you'll find hardworking TWU members in San Francisco, Miami, and Houston. We're in Columbus, Ohio, and Ann Arbor, Michigan. Our members drive school buses and work on military bases. And that's only a snapshot of just one TWU division. Our rail division members are on Amtrak and New Jersey Transit. They work on freight lines and keep the Northeast Corridor humming. If you fly anywhere this holiday season, you'll likely have TWU members getting you to your destination safely. Mechanics at American Airlines keep the planes in flying condition, and flight attendants at Southwest keep you safe in the air. We have members training the pilots and ground crews. Our members are flight dispatchers, baggage handlers, and ramp workers. In the New York area alone, beyond the tracks and subways and buses of the MTA, there are thousands and thousands more TWU members. At JFK, LaGuardia, at the Port Authority, more TWU members work at Columbia University and Juilliard. They drive school buses on Long Island and sell tickets in Times Square, and they keep the lights on for National Grid. We have many of those members and their officers from those locals in this room today as an expression of their support for Local 100's efforts to renew a contract. So you can see that TWU has influence beyond public transportation, and our power and experience is now being brought to every contract campaign we have, including with the MTA. The men and women of Local 100 keep America moving, and they are the backbone of this area's economy. They should be recognized as such with a fair contract that rewards their dedication to the city and their fellow New Yorkers. You need look no further than the aftermath of 9/11 or Hurricane Sandy to know just how hard our members work for you and the citizens of New York and the area. I stand with Local 100 and its bargaining team in solidarity today. I have pledged to them the international support as well, financial, legal, political, and of course our moral support. Their fight is our fight. Their goals for this contract are our goals. You know there was a time, many of you know there was a time, when the leadership of the International and the leadership of our locals had significant political and philosophical differences. MTA management knew it, and in some cases took advantage of the divisiveness. TWU today is the most united we have been since the days of Michael Quill. You can see that with all we have accomplished over the last 3 years and how our union has grown in numbers and strength, our entire leadership team stands with John as one. We are partners in these vital negotiations and agree 100% with the goals the local has set forth for this contract. What happens here in New York City can affect every single transit contract nationwide. The International Union is all in with our members, and we are determined and committed to assist Local 100 leadership in every way possible to achieve the best possible outcome for our members. And I wanted to come here today to make it explicitly clear that we, as an international and all of our divisions, will support Local 100 in as much as we have to and whatever it takes to get a fair contract with you. And we hope we could do that without a lot of public acrimony. Thank you.
John Brown to be followed by Darren Johnson. John Brown. John Brown, then Darren Johnson.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is John Brown. I'm a bus operator for New York City Transit. I've been a bus operator for approximately 4 years. Now, it's a job that I really enjoy. I feel proud to put this uniform on every day. It's something I'm part of. Many of us have not got the opportunity to go to school, college, and stuff like that, but this is a job that we can still be a part of, something that is meaningful, and I feel very proud and honored to be a part of this organization. On September 9th of September 14 of 2000, September 13 of 2014, I was on duty in the vicinity of the Bronxville, operating the B-35. When I got assaulted, I got slashed on my neck to my face by an unknown person, if anyone could recognize. It was unprovoked. My bus was broken down. I was waiting for it to be towed. There was an argument with people not concerning me. I don't know them. Individual asked me what the F I'm looking at. Mind you, I'm in the bus stop with the bus that is broken down, and you know, just got in my face for no reason and tell me get the F out from around the environment, which I was securing the bus at the time because it was waiting to be towed. However, these are the kind of things that we have to go through. We work in a very hostile environment, and it's dangerous. Very, very dangerous. Every day I've seen so many things. And before coming to the MTA, New York City Transit, to work, I've worked in customer service for 12 years. I worked for JetBlue Airline. I've been in customer service. I understand how things work. I know to diffuse situation. When I got cut, I still had to remain professional and act right, follow the protocol, do the things that I need to do, follow the right steps. The training is great. Today I would like to see more safety for the workers, bus operators, more safety measurements for us. At least what my suggestion would be, if they can take a statistic about the people or the time when most of the assaults occur in the most troubled area, maybe get in touch with law enforcement, probably have visible police presence on these buses within the rush hours or the times that most of them occur, or undercover, it doesn't matter, but let people know that they're going to be accountable not only on the selective bus, but the regular buses. Now, these are the kind of things that I think people should know, and when they are aware that, you know what, they're going to be accountable and they're going to be consequences, they probably would think twice. The guy was caught. He got 4 years in prison. It took a year and change and some time, but he got caught, and I'm grateful for that. But it was hard work. I had to be persistent, calling the DA, calling the, you know, you can't, I need to see more put into people being accountable swiftly for things like these.
Could you wrap up, please, Mr. Brown, so that we can hear everyone this morning?
Okay. Also, I would like to see fair wages for us, because it's a hard job, and we deserve to be paid, you know, appropriate wages. New York City is not an easy place to live, and we have our families. We all want to go home back to our families at the end of the day. If we're working and feeling comfortable with what we get in terms of salary and benefits and stuff like that, then we will be proud and go out there to do the job more effective and more efficient, because we are held at very high standards. There's a lot of consequences when a bus operator makes a mistake or infraction within the rules that we have to follow. And we should be rewarded or be paid appropriately for doing a job that is so highly, we are held at a high standard to do. Because we get a lot of you know, we have to be responsible for our actions when we break the rules. So I think that we should really be compensated, and more security measures should be put in place. Thank you.
Darren Johnson. Mr. Johnson will be followed by Warren Cox.
I'd like to say good morning to everyone. I'm 49 years old. My name is Darren Johnson. I have 29 years with New York City Transit Authority as a CTA cleaner. Being a cleaner, I was attacked 15 years ago on a job, and it never stopped me from wanting to come to work and do what I need to do to take care of my family. New York City Transit has truly been a blessing. The union has always supported me through anything I needed. My incident, I wouldn't really consider myself a hero, but unfortunately, I worked at 21st Street for 25 years. That on August 17th, I was removed from my station to help out another station, CTA. It happened to be 63rd and Lex. I was observing on the northbound platform. I was observing passengers coming off the train. Someone kind of bumped me. I didn't think nothing of it. And I seen a young lady approach me with her child. She was calm, but she was hysterical, and she asked me if she needs my help. This is what happened. She had actually got groped on the train, and she was trying to be calm because she had a 4-year-old with her. So I asked her to point out who the person was. Ironically, it was the person that bumped me. So I yelled out at him and told him to stop, and he took off running, and I took off running after him. I ran up 130 stairs to catch him. I finally got to the top. I caught him. Well, before I actually stopped him, he reached in his pocket as if he was going to pull out something, and I truly feared for my life at that time. So I held him down. I knew there were police officers on the station. They came, they arrested him. They found out he had marijuana and he was intoxicated and on drugs. Normal procedures, I went into the booth to fill out proper paperwork. A construction worker ran downstairs maybe 5 minutes after the incident and said there was a fire upstairs. I immediately ran to the booth. I immediately grabbed the fire extinguisher, ran another 35, 40 steps to put out the fire. Truly, I wasn't looking forward for this day, but again, it's something that I read the paper, I'm looking at the news all the time, and so much goes on. And I was asked, why did you do it? I have a 17-year-old. There's a lot of women. There's a lot of mothers on the train. So I just felt like I put all that behind me and said, I don't want this guy to get away. Too many of these guys get away on the train, and in my 29 years on the job, I've seen so much. And when you see it, you start to say, if I can do something, I'm going to do it. So hero is not something that I want to say that I am, and I would do it again. And I do think transit, I think the union, because they did teach us something. They taught us how to put out fires. And had I not went to that class, I would have been just as fearful as the contractor that ran downstairs and said there was a fire. But being that they gave us those classes, and those classes were so important, I learned so much. I put out the fire. I felt like, okay, I did it. I do feel that fair wages are very important for us. We do things, and I'm in the station department. We're always on the front line. Somebody's always asking us for help. A lot of times the media don't see it, but we come to work. We come to work, and we're proud to have the job.
Could you wrap up, please, Mr. Cox?
Excuse me?
Could you wrap up, please, so that we can hear the other speakers?
That's about it. Just happy to have a job, and hopefully we can get a good contract.
Thank you. Wait, who is that? Who's next? Janice Carter? Or Warren Cox? Wait, was that Mr. Cox or Mr. Johnson? I've lost track. Warren Cox, then Janice Carter. She bumped him? They just moved her back before.
When I first started working for New York City Transit Authority, I didn't fully understand the commitment and dedication that it took to be a transit worker. Over time, it became clear that I would miss family gatherings, teacher conferences, and days at the beach. Now, years later, I fully understand the importance of being a New York City Transit worker. My passengers rely on me to get them from point A to point B safely, 9 hours a day, 6 days a week. Between the steel dust, the diesel fuel, the rats, the dangerous people, and other hazardous conditions that we have to endure on a daily basis, we deserve and need a raise to support our families. I want to borrow a slogan from the James Farley Post Office. Neither snow, rain, heat, nor gloom of the night keeps transit workers from the swift completion of their appointed duties. We move New York City. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Warren Cox, please.
Morning, all. My name is Warren Cox. I'm a rookie. I've been with Transit for a little over 8 years. And there's many people in here that have been here twice and 3 times that. I'm a conductor. I work on the number 7 and 55 years of age. I came into Transit late, but I plan for this to be my last stop, no pun intended. I also have a retail background and very accustomed to dealing with irate customers, so dealing with irate passengers was nothing new. Back in September of this year, I was last picked working platform control. I was working overtime, so essentially on this particular day, I wasn't even supposed to, quote unquote, be where I was. A couple of passengers came running over to me on the northbound upper level at 59th Street, saying that there was a woman that was chastising a child and berating a child. I'm going to be honest with you, I didn't think nothing of it. I just thought that this was a mother probably just disciplining her little rude child. But let me go appease the customer, see what this is about. Then I saw that, yeah, this was a little more than just that. Make a long story short, it was a little chilly that day. Neither one of them had coats or any belongings. And she was telling the child to stand here, which was near the yellow strip, which many of you know is the edge of the platform. And the child looked like she was between 8, 10 years of age, and the woman was very upset and yelling at the child. Come to find out through passengers that had formed a semicircle around the pair that the woman, they think that the woman was going to jump and take the child with her. I immediately placed myself between the woman and her daughter and the edge of the platform and called it in and advised them that I need transit police ASAP, appraised them of the situation, and was determined that that woman was not going to get past me. That's something that we do every day. We don't just move passengers. We put ourselves right directly in harm's way and do what we have to do if this situation arises to make sure that our passengers are safe, oftentimes sacrificing our own safety. If I had to do it again, I would do it again. Police did arrive. The situation was resolved without anyone getting injured. Again, I would do it again, and here's hoping that negotiations go smoothly. Nobody wants acrimony. And here's hoping that we get a fair and equitable contract for the job that we do each and every day without fail. Thank you.
John Samuelson.
So good morning, members of the board. And good morning, Local 100 members and fellow transit workers. So the folks you're looking at right here in the room, these are the economic lifeblood of New York City. And the truth of the matter is that very few people would be in this room today if these folks didn't get out there and do their job every single day. Rain, snow, blackout, bomb scare. We're here on the job to make sure that everybody else can get to their job in New York. So we move 8 million people a day through this chaotic system. We get assaulted, we get spat upon, We even get murdered in the line of duty doing what we do. We deserve a contract that adequately reflects the work that we do. In the midst of this chaos, we perform day in, day out. We deserve a contract that addresses the work that we do. We don't want to tread water. We want to get ahead. It's a bloody shame that New York City transit workers are the economic lifeblood of the city, but yet we can't even afford to live in the city anymore, and we're getting priced out. We need raises that exceed inflation. I understand you put 2% raises on the table in the budget, which will be discussed today, but I'm here to tell you, and these transit workers are here to tell you, that we intend to bargain in good faith, but we are not accepting 2% raises. We're not doing it. Again, with all due respect to the board, I think there's a disconnect between the members on the board and the policy issues that come across the board and the actual work that gets done by these folks. If this work did not get done, this board would be a fairly meaningless entity. Because we're out here working, this board becomes relevant. So the relevance of this board is directly related to the hard work that we do, to the assaults that we are subjected to the murders that we suffer, to the on-track fatalities that we suffer, and of course it was referenced that we just suffered an on-track fatality not that long ago. So I would prevail upon this board to support a wage increase for New York City transit workers that is fair, equitable, and allows us to continue to live in the city that we serve. So thank you very much, everybody on the board. I appreciate it. This issue is going to come to a head in a month, and hopefully we get to a spot that's not ugly. Thank you very much.
Is Clarence Jackson here? Want to speak? You're on the list.
Good morning, Board. My name is Clarence Jackson. I'm a bus operator with the MAPSTOA division, and I'm here to speak to you guys about the life of a bus operator. On July 3rd of 2013, while I was operating a bus up in the Bronx, I received this from a passenger. That passenger was a 14-year-old little girl. When they asked her, why did she do what she did? She had no answer. My reasoning for being here is to give you guys a face of what transit workers do. That day that I came to work and I left my family, I had no idea that this would happen to me. Like all of you, you leave home expecting to come back the same way you left. For me, that did not happen. I've been dealing with this situation for over 2.5 years. I almost lost my life. One more time. The little girl who did this to me could have been my granddaughter. She could have been your daughter. She could have been our sister. I can be your brother. I can be your uncle. I can be your brother-in-law. All we ask is to treat us like we're family. Thank you.
Michael Alden. Mr. Alden with us? Okay, I only have two more. From the... Okay. No Michael Alden, we'll move on. Ellen Shannon. Oh, is that Mr. Alden? Oh, I'm sorry.
Three issues. The first one, I'll piggyback on Mr. Modler, kamikaze action. Imagine a bus operator coming into a bus stop full of pedestrians, who are completely at the curb. Your attention is towards not having a fatality with the pedestrian. At the same time, the kamikaze action from the delivery guy who wants to deliver the wonton soup hot, coming on a crosstown by the rear wheel of the bus. You have to pay attention. At the same time, that bus operator wants to go to relieve himself. Those are three separate issues. He wants to find a facility. Have you ever had that kind of a pressure? The second issue, which the Department of Buses or you may like to sweep it under the rug, the President-elect Trump security measures are causing tremendous headache for the public. That puts the Department of Buses in a negative light. What are you going to do to resolve that? If you're traversing from 34th Street till 59, sometimes it takes more than 2 hours. I know definitely you don't ride that bus. You have never been on a bus from 34th Street till 59 and for 2 hours. The third issue, New York City Transit is the crown jewel. You give Long Island Railroad 17%. We demand an equal, at least same 17%, not less. If you give them 17% for equal work, we should get 17%, equal to the Long Island Railroad. We're not the stepchilds. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ellen Shannon, and then Omar Vera.
Good morning. On Sunday, November 20th, Governor Cuomo stated, "I'm ordering the state police to put together a special unit to address the explosion of hate crimes in our city." I think most of us know that that's been backed up now by the 35% increase in hate crimes since the election. We were happy to hear on Monday that hate crimes will be pulled out in the Transit Committee report and addressed so that we can watch as they may increase and identify, hopefully, the types of crimes and where they are. But just reporting them isn't enough. We need a policy, and we need a policy that addresses a rapid response to the issues, additional training to address how to de-escalate, and most of all, informing the public that the MTA has a zero tolerance for hate crimes in the system, to know that the riders and everyone involved, all of the stakeholders, are going to work together to create the system that we need to maintain. As a part of that, the transit community and external stakeholders have to get well-versed on the policies and the regulations and the laws that exist and where they are weak so that we can strengthen them and maintain the system we want to have that is safe for everybody. It's for that reason that we're urging the board today to pass a resolution that would work to create a public policy that everybody is a part of to address the hate crimes as they need to be addressed, and have it be a public policy where you have car cards and you on the buses and on the subways and on our commuter railroads to let perpetrators know the ramifications of having a hate of perpetrating a hate crime, and let people know that the MTA is watching this carefully and is prepared to work with everybody to prevent it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Omar Vera, our last public speaker today.
All
Good morning, MTA Board. Welcome to the final meeting of 2016. First, I'd like to congratulate everybody here for an outstanding job, outstanding work that everyone here at the MTA and across the city, across the New York metro area, nay, the state, has done for this year. You should all be proud of yourselves. So give yourselves a huge pat on the back for that. I'll clap for you. All right, second, I'd like to discuss a couple things. Starters, I noticed that in all the public hearings, you're emphasizing the importance of a fare increase, but if you must increase the fare, you gotta put better service. For example, more ADA accessible stations. Then this goes for all the agencies, not just the crown jewel, which is transit. Yeah, another thing I'd like to mention is, and I mentioned this before at the public hearings, that the MTA must take back Long Island Bus because the Nassau County executive is corrupt, and under him, that new privatized nice or not so nice has been a complete failure. Now, this is serious. Please at least consider taking back the Long Island Bus, because I know the MTA does a much better job than Veolia. All right. I've also mentioned this yesterday as well as Monday, but congratulations to President Haycom on her 1 year as returning to New York City Transit. This is your home, and I know that the MTA is under the hands of a good government, unlike NJ Transit, which is under the hands of an insensitive, heartless government that does nothing but raise fares and cut service. But at least we invest. Albany invests. Trenton, unfortunately, divests. Because guess who's in charge? I would like to add one more thing. There's one thing NJ Transit that did right, is that at least for full board meetings, they have a Pledge of Allegiance at the beginning of every meeting. And I thank the Vietnam veteran, Steve Thorpe, for suggesting that. And yes, I saw that video too. And finally, let me just say before I go, yesterday at Hostos Community College in the Bronx, I met a very good employee. Or volunteer. Her name is Alex, and I'm honored if we'll be friends soon enough. Alex, if you're seeing this, you have a friend and fan in me. I, Omar, am your biggest fan. Thanks. And let me just say thank you all for having this opportunity here for 2016. I thank Veronica and Andrew for being champions of the riders, and most importantly, I thank all of us for moving New York forward, and the media, and as well as Mr. Chairman. Never let Mr. X stop your progress. You're great. You're great the way you are. All right. With that said, happy holidays, and I hope to see you all back here in January. Have a happy New Year.
Happy holidays, Mr. Vera. That concludes the public comment.
Thank you, Mr. Morello. Later this morning, the board will be asked to approve the final 2017 budget and four-year financial plan. As everyone knows, this marks the end of the budget process, which started at the beginning of the year with the February plan. Together, we've cut costs, found better, more efficient ways to doing things, and even found ways to significantly improve our services. The budget we're voting on today reflects all of this, and there are no major changes from November. In short, this budget maintains our commitment to efficiency, and as a result, it includes a projection that we will meet or exceed our 2016 target of taking $1.6 billion of recurring cost out of the budget, a process that was started in 2009. With the additional projected savings targets in this plan, we expect to get that number to almost $2 billion a year by 2020. That's $2 billion a year more every year that we can add to improve service or keep fares low. And as you'll know, the fare increase we're talking about right now is the lowest ever. Toward that end, the plan includes two options to increase fares and tolls over the next 2 years by less than 4%, or an average of 2% per year, consistent with the financial forecasts that were made in July. Our continued discipline in keeping costs down has resulted in the lowest increase since 2009, and we are committed to a biennial schedule to keep adjustments as small and as predictable as possible. With respect to the fare hearings, we've held 5 public hearings to share our proposals with elected officials and our customers and stakeholders in Queens, Staten Island, Long Island, Manhattan, and the Bronx. We'll hold 3 more this month in Suffern, New York, Brooklyn, and Westchester. Customers can also use email comments to us or videotape them at satellite facilities that we've set up in Manhattan, Hicksville, Ronkonkoma, and Poughkeepsie. These hearings are not empty gestures leading to a predetermined outcome. We honestly evaluate all of that input. Based on that feedback from elected officials and our customers, we are completely open to changing the proposals. We know people are struggling to make ends meet, and we want to do everything in our power to lessen the impact this fare proposal has on our customers. With respect to service improvements, I hear one question over and over, as all of us do at the board at these hearings. People say, if you're going to raise my fare, what are you going to do to improve my service? And you know, these days it's not good enough to say, well, our costs are going up, so your costs are going up too. At today's MTA, we can point to tangible improvements spreading throughout the system. For example, by the end of the year, every underground subway station, all 279, will have Wi-Fi connectivity. By early next year, they'll all have cell phone service as well. We're beginning to work to re-envision, modernize, and completely overhaul 31 New York City Transit subway stations. We're bringing digital screens and USB charging stations to new trains and buses. We're testing countdown clocks in 8 stations along the N, Q, and R lines, with the aim of installing all of them in 269 lettered line stations. MTA e-Tix is now available for every single Long Island Railroad and Metro North customer, and it's been a huge success. Last week, Governor Cuomo announced that customers have created more than 280,000 e-Tix accounts since the app launched system-wide in just August of this year. That's led to cumulative sales through the app of more than $47 million. With respect to the Second Avenue subway, very, very soon we'll be opening the biggest service addition has seen in over 50 years, and when we open the first phase of Second Avenue. The first bond for the Second Avenue subway was issued in the 1930s. 7 years ago, we finally broke ground on this vital portion of the system. As many of you know, the governor has challenged us daily, sometimes even in person at the construction site, to finish this project on time on December 31st of this year. And as you heard on Monday, we are proud to say that we believe we'll be ringing in the new year with a subway line. We are cautiously optimistic of that date, and we stated that. We still have some critical testing to complete, but we're confident we're going to get it done. Some newspapers call it a miracle, but the truth, it's been about hard work. Contractors, men and women of New York City Transit have worked around the clock to catch up so that we can make sure Second Avenue opens and we meet our promise. The governor has insisted we change the public perception of this organization by doing things that we were unable to do in the past. That promise is more important because on day one, we will serve more than 200,000 people on that line. That's more than Chicago and Boston systems combined. On day one, we will decrease crowding along the Lexington Avenue line by more than 23,000 people on an average weekday. If you ride the Lexington Avenue line, the most crowded line, the most used line in the country, you know what we're talking about here. You'll be able to go from the Upper East Side to Coney Island in a little over an hour without changing trains. And we'll reduce travel times by up to 10 minutes or more for those on the Far East Side. So while there is still work to be left to be done, we're all looking forward to 2017 and what it will mean for our customers and across the entire system with all the different projects and initiatives we have underway. It means this agency will be able to keep such an important promise and keep moving forward. That concludes my comments. The minutes from last meeting have been circulated. Do I have a motion to approve? Second, any comments or questions regarding those minutes? All in favor? Aye. The Committee on Finance was chaired by Larry Schwartz and Fernando Ferrer. Let's begin with a report from Mr. Schwartz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Finance Committee met this month and reports on the following. There are 5 action items for board approval. The first action item requests the board approve MTA and TBTA adoption of reimbursement resolutions for federal tax purposes. The next action item requests board approval for the documentation to issue new money bond anticipation notes and bonds in 2017 to finance up to $2.3 billion of capital projects set forth in approved transit and commuter capital programs and $300 million of new money bonds to finance capital projects set forth in approved bridges and tunnels capital programs. The third action item approves the documentation to issue refunding bonds in 2017 in accordance with the refunding policy adopted by the board in May 2010 and to allow for a portion of the transportation revenue refunding bonds and dedicated tax fund refunding revenue bonds to be issued as variable rate securities to refund bonds. That's a mouthful. The next action item requests board approval of contracts with the municipal special and swap advisors described in the staff summary on pages 153 and 154 to provide financial advisory services. And the last action item requests board approval to add the law firm of Harris Beach to the panel of board-approved outside counsel. The committee recommends these action items, and I move them.
May I have a second? Any comments or questions regarding any of the items Mr. Schwartz discussed? All in favor?
Aye. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There are 5 procurement items this month in the total amount of $6.2 million. There are no non-competitive procurements. There are 5 competitive procurements in the amount of $6.2 million. The committee recommends these procurements, and I move them.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any comments or questions? All in favor?
Aye. Mr. Chairman, there are no ratifications. There are 3 real estate action items which are described on pages 163 through 169 in the board book distributed for this meeting. The committee recommends these items, and I move them.
May I have a second? Any comments or questions? All in favor? Aye.
That concludes the Finance Committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Schwartz. The Transit and Bus Committee report, Mr. Ferrer.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. The Transit and Bus Committee met on Monday and reports the following. There are 8 procurement items in the total amount of $265.6 million. There are 2 non-competitive procurements in New York City Transit in a total amount of $16.1 million described on pages 174 through 176 of the board book. The committee recommends these procurements, and I move them.
May I have a second?
Second.
Any comments or questions? All in favor? Aye.
There are 2 competitive procurements for $244.4 million for New York City Transit described on pages 177 through 183 of the board book. The committee recommends these procurements, and I move them.
Second? Any comments or questions? All in favor? Aye.
There are 4 ratifications in the amount of $5.1 million for MTA Capital Construction described on pages 184 through 188 of the board book. The committee recommends these ratifications, and I move them.
Do we have a second? All in any comments or questions? All in favor?
Aye. In addition, the Transit and Bus Committee considered and voted to recommend the adoption of the Transit and Bus Committee 2017 final budget and financial plan for 2017 through 2020. Board action on the agency budget will be presented with the adoption of the MTA 2017 final proposed budget and the 4-year financial plan for 2017 through 2020 following the other committee reports. And this concludes my report, Mr. Chairman.
Does that require an action? Does that require an action? No, it does not. We wait for the last. Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Ferrer. Mitch Pally, there was a joint railroad committee meeting this month, and Mitch Pally will deliver the report.
Yes,
Sir.
on behalf of Commissioner Metzger, who is not here today, I'll provide the report of the Metro North Railroad Committee and the Long Island Railroad Committee, which met jointly on Monday and reports the following. There are 2 procurement items in the total amount of $3.8 million. The procurement item for Long Island Railroad was removed from the agenda. The committee will not be presented for a vote. There is 1 non-competitive procurement for Metro North Railroad in the amount of $1.9 million. The committee recommends this procurement, and I move it.
May I have a second? Any comments or questions regarding those procurements? All in favor? Aye.
There is 1 competitive procurement for Metro North Railroad in the amount of $1.8 million. The committee recommends this procurement, and I move it.
May I have a second? Second. Any comments or questions? All in favor? Aye.
There are no ratifications. In addition, the Metro North Railroad Committee and the Long Island Railroad Committee considered and voted to recommend the adoption of both railroads' 2017 final budget and financial plan for 2017-2020. Board action on the agency budgets will be presented with the adoption of the MTA 2017 final proposed budget and the 4-year financial plan for 2017-2020 following the other committee reports. And this concludes the Joint Railroad Committee report.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pally. The Bridge and Tunnel report delivered by Mr. Merdler.
Mr. Chairman, the Bridges and Tunnels Committee met on Monday, and a quorum was present. I report the following. There are 3 procurement actions this month in the total amount of $67.95 million. There are no non-competitive procurements. There are 3 competitive procurements in the total amount of $67.95 million. The committee recommends these procurements, and I move them.
May I have a second? Second. Any comments or questions? All in favor?
Aye. There are no ratifications. In addition, the Bridges and Tunnels Committee considered and voted to recommend the adoption of the Bridges and Tunnels Committee's 2017 final budget and financial plan for 2017 to 2020. Board action on the agency budget will be presented with the adoption of the MTA 2017 final proposed budget and the four-year financial plan for 2017 to 2020. This concludes the Bridges and Tunnels Committee report, and I thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we will consider the adoption of the MTA 2017 budget and financial, 2017 to 2020 financial plan. At a November meeting, the MTA Chief Financial Officer, Bob Ferran, briefed us on the budget and the financial plan and materials that he provided to the board. I will now turn the floor over to Bob to introduce the action items we will be addressing today in the 2017 budget and the 2017 to 2020 financial plan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You have provided to you electronically the document that the chairman mentioned, the MTA 2017 budget and 2017-20 financial plan. There's a staff summary there, and let me just hit the highlights of the staff summary. We're asking the board to adopt the 2017 final proposed budget and the four-year financial plan, which includes approving the 2016 final estimate and plan adjustments, and then seeks authorization of budget and plan adjustments, including MTA efficiency targets, policy estimates, and MTA re-estimates. This document summarizes the November plan presented to the board at the November meeting, which projected ending cash balances of $260 million in 2016, $23 million in 2017, $76 million in 2018, $32 million in 2019, with a projected cash deficit of $319 million in 2020. There are no changes from the November plan. Let me review the highlights of that plan. The plan continued to project 4% biennial fare and toll increases, the equivalent of 2% a year. The 2017 increase being planned for mid-March is being changed from a 4% revenue yield to a 4% price increase, saving customers approximately $26 million a year or $94 million over the plan period. The plan retains from the July plan $566 million of debt service savings from the Hudson Yards lease securitization and lower interest rates, both realized and projected during the plan period to support additional capital expenditures. We continue to identify savings and we continue to reduce expenses previously considered uncontrollable. The MTA has now raised the targeted level of savings in every year since 2010. We expect to meet the 2016 target of nearly $1.6 billion, and total annual recurring savings of the programs initiated since 2010 are now expected to approach $2 billion by 2020. Had the MTA not achieved these recurring savings, fare and toll increases totaling 20% would have been required to cover the additional expenses. The November plan includes service and customer experience investments from prior plans as well. We have expansion projects, the 2nd Avenue subway, as has been mentioned by the chairman, the number 7 extension, the Fulton Street Transit Center. We have operating support in this financial plan for capital and other projects, including 31 station enhancements, installation and maintenance of real-time information display signs, maintenance of the B Division countdown clocks, Wi-Fi access in all New York City underground stations and in buses. The November plan provides for an additional $395 million in important maintenance and operations, customer experience, and service support investments over the plan period. What is the bottom line? These changes, re-estimates, and recommendations result in a net improvement to MTA's finances forecast over the plan period and a reduction in the projected 2020 deficit of $371 million in the July plan to $319 million. We are recommending that the board adopt the 2017 final proposed budget and four-year financial plan, which includes approving the 2016 final estimate and plan amendments. The approval of this plan will supersede prior board plan approvals for the period. Note that the projected 2017 and 2019 fare and toll increase proposals will require separate board action in advance of those dates. We ask you to authorize staff under the guidance of the CEO and CFO to take actions to implement the policy actions. To authorize staff to accelerate $280 million of future planned committed to capital contributions into 2016. This acceleration, to be made at the discretion of the CEO and CFO, is expected to lower debt service payments over the plan period by $58 million. To authorize staff to use debt service savings during the plan period to make additional committed to capital contributions of $566 million toward the 2015 to 2019 capital program. To authorize staff to release the unexpended 2016 general reserve, approximately $145 million. At the discretion of the CEO and CFO, these funds may be applied toward reducing the unfunded pension liability associated with the Long Island Railroad Additional Pension Plan. Authorize technical adjustments to MTA budgets and forecast of a non-material nature in the February plan. Authorize adjustments of MTA budgets and forecasts to reflect labor settlements approved from time to time by the board. Approve additional actions, including both budget and cash management, as has been done in past budget adoptions, including advancing bridge and tunnel operating surpluses, using MTA MRT2 corporate account monies, use payroll mobility tax and replacement funds and MTA aid, to authorize the CEO and CFO or their designees acting under the Public Authorities Law to enter into interagency loan agreements among the MTA, its affiliates, and subsidiaries, to use the stabilization reserve to assure prompt payment of contractual obligations, and with regard to the Government Accounting Standard Board contributions, the Treasurer is authorized to use the GASB accounts to fund intra-agency loans as well as inter-agency loans. Mr. Chairman, this concludes my presentation of the 2017 final proposed budget and the 2017-2020 financial plan.
And I know there may be some comments and questions, but we're going to go through a procedure. You will have that chance before we take a vote. Thank you, Bob. At this time, I move the adoption of the MTA 2017 final proposed budget and the four-year financial plan for 2017 through 2020. This includes approving the 2016 final estimate and all plan adjustments, the individual agency budgets and financial plans, authorization of the budget and plan adjustments, budget and cash management actions, and other staff actions, all of which are as presented in greater detail in the budget staff summaries contained in the board materials. Is there a second? Second. Okay. Now, any comments or questions regarding the budget? Neil.
I have a very minor clarification for you, Bob. Just on the summary pages, basically, I guess it's page I-10 versus I-11. Is it I or Roman numeral 1? I can't see. So the fare increases we're discussing, with getting the 4% price increase, is that what is identified on I-11, the $242 million? Is that's it?
Yes, that is 9.5 months of an annualized amount, assuming it goes in place March 15th.
And so the previous page, Roman numeral 1-10 or I-10, the difference between 16 and 17's fare box and toll revenues, what is that?
That's utilization, ridership growth there.
Understood. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Veronica?
In the 4 months that I've participated in these board meetings, one topic and theme that has come up a good deal is around procurements and contracts. And several board members have raised issues with regards to negotiations and whether or not this agency is getting the best deal with the manufacturers and the vendors that we do business with. And I don't see that theme reflected in this financial plan. For example, we talk about, the language here talks about initiatives and procurement efficiencies, paratransit, IT consolidations. So we see procurement efficiencies captured in this language, but it would be, I'm wondering if there's a way to be a little bit more specific about that in this section. just because I know that there's been such discussion about that over these several months.
Share with you, I listen to as I say all the time, I listen to the committee meetings as they're occurring. Over the last 2 or 3 months, there have been considerable discussion at a number of the committees about large-scale contracts, especially with respect to vehicles, whether it be buses or rail cars, and options on those. And I will state, as the CEO, I'll take the responsibility. We have done a poor job of laying out an overview of how we do those procurements and how structured they are. I will say, because if we look at the numbers, we are getting the best value for money than any transit agency in the country, and we're getting some of the highest reliability. But what we need to do for this board is explain the overall process within which we purchase fleets and how upfront we negotiate options that we exercise at our discretion, not theirs, with locked-in pricing. We do not do a good job of explaining that. And so when you see an option at a later date, it's a little confusing, and we're doing a bad job of communicating. So you will have a commitment from me as CEO that we need to give an overall presentation on fleet procurements with respect to the process we follow, how we're trying to make sure that we have the best of both worlds. If you ask for an option and don't negotiate the price at the time you close the contract, you will get gouged. If you don't have the option up front, you don't get the benefit. The first time we did a rail car option on the M7s in Long Island, where the base was small and the options ended up being much higher, the unit cost per car decreased as we exercised options. It's hard to believe, but it's true. So we need to show you that. There's been an awful lot of questions just in general about government entities procuring goods and services. So you have a commitment from me in those areas where we can show you how we're doing it. If we need to make changes to it, we will, and then maybe we'll do a better job of bringing forward independent actions in the overall context of the procurement rather than one-offs.
Thank you for that response. And I know the substance of your response was, you gave the example for fleets, and there was a good deal of discussion, and you've also just mentioned with regards to services. And, Commissioner Vitiello several months ago talked about the data plan and how you can go online and find a better deal than what was being proposed to us at the board. So thank you for that comment.
Be limited to fleet. If the board has concerns about other generic procurements, we'll include those. And maybe we have separate presentations because there may be a different presentation for each. There were some more questions over. I'll come back to you. Andrew?
Once the board votes on this item, it's committing itself to a certain amount of money raised by the vote that we'll take in January on the actual fare hikes. So the only question is which method of achieving that goal is left to us. Is that a fair statement?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Tom, I appreciate the information you're going to give to the board on the car procurement, but about, I guess now 3-4 years ago, we embarked on the business center and the consolidation of other procurements other than things such as rail cars and major capital projects that come before CPOC. I think it'd be a very good idea at this juncture when we do the rail car thing to give a presentation as to how the business center has progressed over the last 3 or 4 years since its inception. What percentage of our purchases, other than capital items and rail cars, now are done through the business center, and what the forecast is going forward as to how and what they're going to be taken over, because I see even in this book there is some items, for example, there was an exterminating contract that was given out on a short-term basis because it's going to be going to the business center to be negotiated system-wide. So I think it'd be very good and very helpful, since the procurements is a big part of the, as I understand it, a big part of the money that Bob has in there in his budget for savings that he's identified. I think the board should see this and do take a look at the total review of where we are.
Whereas we moved out on first were IT and procurement, and we can basically give you those presentations, but we're not stopping there. Jamie?
I'd like to, I know this
This board is, in my short tenure here, has been sometimes skeptical and, or at least very inquisitive as to the expenses and the budget. But I think it is worthy of taking a moment to recognize the expense cuts and the savings that the MTA has found, and they're quite remarkable. I mean, we're going to approach $2 billion in a short period of time. So I thank Tom, you and your staff, Bob, you and your staff, because it really is something that is impressive. We need to keep looking at them. We need to keep being smart with these procurements and the expenditures. But this is a really impressive job, and thank you.
The agency heads actually, you know, Bob may lead it with his staff, but the agency heads deliver the savings, so the credit goes to them in large part. Any further comments or questions? We have a motion. We have a second. Take a vote now. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? A motion to go into executive section pursuant to Section 105, subset 1D and E of the New York State Public Officers Law for matters relating to proposed pending or current litigation and for matters relating to collective bargaining. May I have a motion? Second. All in favor? Aye. We'll go right next door here. We've concluded the executive session. May I now have a motion to go back into open session? Second, all in favor, aye. May I now have a motion to adjourn the meeting? Second, all in favor, aye. Meeting adjourned. Thank you very much. Afternoon.
Thank you, Beth. Hi, Tom. How
you
are
doing?
you? At the previous board meeting, you said that there would be a time where you'd have to say thumbs up or thumbs down on the Second Avenue subway. And your estimate at the time was probably by the end of November you'd have to say that. But you didn't say that. So in the new spirit of journalists trying to hold officials accountable for their speeches, can you explain why that didn't come to fruition?
Sure. This has been a learning experience for me as well. We don't open sections of the system as large as this is, do it very rarely. This is the largest in 50 years. A little over a year ago, the governor started to become engaged with respect to how Second Avenue was coming, where we're going to meet the date. And he was very clear in the sense that didn't want that deadline moving. In my time, and if you take a look at the most recent experience, would be 7 West, and what you've heard play out, you've heard individually from the governor in some cases, from us, is the complications associated with the testing and commissioning that needs to be done. And that has to be done because you have to verify that the equipment as designed is put in right and it's operating correctly. I happen to be a systems engineer, and a systems engineer is not computer systems. It's a system that is made up of individual elements that work together in a system. So I understand that probably better than most. Historically, what we've done when we do testing and commissioning, if a subcontractor does an installation, when he or she is done, they say it's ready for look. Another person has to do another piece. Another person has to do another piece. And you don't start that next piece until that first piece is done. If you don't understand something, ask me, stop me. And so what we would do is somebody would say, I'm done. Okay, Steve, it's your turn to come in. And maybe a time lag with respect to when I say time for you to take over, and that person takes over. And when we looked at the issues, because if you attended CPOC and people were commenting about how can you get all this work done, the rate of testing and commissioning, you're starting to put the deadline at risk. That was where the governor was focusing, saying, no, you've got to get that deadline done. So we put people in a room and we said, how could we do things differently? Not wait until one person's done and say, pass the baton. Shorten that schedule and put people together literally and figuratively in the same room. And so there's no time lag with respect to, I'm going to get this work done tomorrow. I want you there. You pick it up. And then we just go right on through. We were kind of amazed. Took us some time, but we were kind of amazed how we were able to shrink the schedule and actually do more testing and commissioning, check off boxes, verifying that the systems were operating properly, fire and life safety systems, misting systems for escalators, in the event of a fire, things of that nature. And that's how we've been able to compress the schedule. Maybe I was a little bit of a doubting Thomas for a while, but then I start to see that change got made, and then that's where we started to change our language in terms of saying cautiously optimistic, because we saw a path to an end, a date certain, and an ability to make it. That's the best way for me to sum it up.
Just as a quick follow-up, since you've had that increased testing pace, what is the soonest you think you could open this? You told, or the governor rather told Emma that he thought the testing could be done by the 22nd. So could you open the 23rd?
No, the testing in terms of when we open up are two separate issues, but we're still committed to the date of December 31st, and we're cautiously optimistic. We need to get all that done. Now, there's a lot of stuff that you have heard that's done. Track's done, signals are done, we've run trains, we've exercised the signal system. That stuff is done. We're talking about finish and, escalator, elevators, things of that nature in the stations.
Hi, good afternoon. I wanted to follow up on all this talk of cautiously optimistic, and go back on Monday. One of the board members had said, you have these dates, but what are the contingencies for getting the testing and commissioning wrapped up by those dates that were in the packet material? And I believe, please correct me if I'm wrong, you had replied that, well, those dates kind of include all those contingencies, and that's when you plan to have those dates done. It's the 22nd, the 23rd, and the 24th. So that is all to say, what is the caution in your cautiously optimistic assessment of the opening?
You're not done till that last test is done. You've got some critical elements that if you don't have a working misting system and the coordination of all those systems together, so in the event an incident occurs, you have all the protection you need. So you're not done till that last test is done. So what we've tried to do is compress that schedule to get the testing and commissioning done. We've been very successful at that. But even in the dates projected of December 22nd, December 23rd, still got to get there and say that last test's been done.
Is there a chance that not all of the stations will open at first, or is there a chance that maybe some of the escalators or entrances or some elements of some of the stations won't be
No,
ready to open?
When we open, we want to open all stations and all elements. There may be one or two escalators that you don't need, but really we need to open them. And you need to have access. Elevators, for example. I mean, people that depend on an elevator to get from one level to another, you can't have that element missing. So in answer to your question, it's all stations and it's all the systems.
Bob Henley, Chief Leader. I know you don't want me to change the topic, but I know that the format of the hearing today didn't permit you to address directly what was a human outpouring from the members of the TWU. I'd like to provide you an opportunity to talk about just the humanity of what you see, I'm sure, every day, and the physical assaults, and if that doesn't trouble you, just as someone who is committed to the transit system.
No problem responding to that question. First of all, the majority of what we achieve in the MTA family is all the employees. But for the most part, it's the frontline employees. It's what they do in terms of doing their tasks, running trains, operating buses, doing signal and switch maintenance, and interacting with the public. They are truly on the front line. There are some customers who take it out on our employees with respect to maybe that's the first uniform presence they come across in a day. My entire career I've experienced that. And unfortunately, we can't control what some of our customers do, and they take their frustrations out. If it's verbally, that's unacceptable. If it's physically, it's absolutely unacceptable. So, and it's not just me as the MTA chairman. Every agency head, every supervisor, every manager, every employee feels that pain when one of our employees goes through that type of experience and gets assaulted. So when you hear those comments, they strike our hearts.
As a follow-up, just so you can give me a sense, is it a felony now or an aggravated count if you strike an MTA employee?
Yes, and we've, over the years, over the past 20 years, legislation has been changed in a number of transit systems across the country to increase the level of penalties. We've also had a very closer relationship with the district attorneys with respect to their pursuing some of those and sharing information, because we want to send a clear message to people that if it's criminally prosecutable, it will be.
Hey, how's it going? You were in the Bronx last night. I was there too. Talking about social fares is a big concern of a lot of residents, especially in the Bronx. And the mayor, advocates have been kind of calling on the mayor to step up and provide the funding to subsidize half-fare Metro cards. The mayor's kind of distanced himself from it. Where does that put you? You've said before that you're sensitive to the issues, and if the city is not going to do this, what's your reaction to what you've heard from the residents and from the city?
We're about halfway through the process, so I don't want to be definitive and make a conclusionary statement, because I'm one board member. I'm the chair of the board. But a number of board members have noted the fact that at each and every one of the 4 public hearings we've held so far, the issue of social fares come up. And the difficulties some people have with respect to how do they balance all the different competing financial priorities they have. And then some of them are, hurting the needs of their children, hurting their needs, and how do they provide for transportation. So it's one of the most common themes we're hearing across. It'd be premature for me to say anything further on it, because we literally want to hear. And we also want to hear comments that we're receiving in other ways other than public hearings.
Hi, Tom. I suspect you're going to tell me that I'm getting ahead of myself, but I'll ask the question anyways. How soon after Phase 1 is completed will you swing into Phase 2, planning north to 125th Street? And what's the hurdle in trying to convince the political leadership to go ahead and fund the next phase?
The program that got approved in June, that was an iteration beyond the first program that was submitted for 15 through 19. And to go back, just to remember the history, in the agreement that the city and the state reached, the mayor and the governor, the level of funding we now have in the program was not in it for Second Avenue. So when the dust settled back in June, when we had the approved program, clearly we stepped up the level of funding we're having for Phase 2. We also committed to aggressively pursuing a completion of environmental work, a preliminary design and outreach to the community. Because when you do a construction project this large over this period of time, the impacts of the community are large. So we've committed to doing that. We're also looking downstream with respect to what's the next step in the process, the New Starts process. And if that step requires us to have a certain amount of money to be able to take that step, that's what we're looking for. I don't think it's lost on anybody that you want to keep the momentum going forward, that we can start construction on the next phase as soon as possible. You're going to see a tremendous benefit to the city by just the opening up of phase 1, and a further benefit to the city when we open up phase 2.
Tommy ran through some of the things that are coming online regarding fares and work in the system. A big frustration is still signal delays, and we hear that a lot. Countdown clocks are nice, but what are you doing to address the age of those and resolving signal delays?
Well, in the longer term, it's the acceleration of our ability to replace the existing wayside block with communication-based train control. And not only does that upgrade the asset, Greg, but it enables us to run more trains per hour. I think you're a number 7 line user. The next line to actually get full implementation of CBTC is going to be number 7. So you're going to see the addition of more trains per hour. And if a train carries 1,500 to 1,800 people, you see what that benefit is. But we're also doing things in parallel, upgrading the interlockings, the locations where trains switch from a state of good repair standpoint. And devoting resources from a standpoint, I mean, I was a chief electrical officer, and one of the things that you're responsible for all power signals and communication, you have to have, remember the old commercial Maytag repairman? Somebody standing by that when a signal delay occurs, they respond to that, they troubleshoot it, they get it up and running, and they minimize the number of trains that are delayed by it, all of those factors. The other area where I know New York City Transit is spending time is with platform controllers. People that are assigned, TW employees, hourly employees, on the platform to help what we call decrease the dwell time. Train pulls into a station, doors open up. Still have the New York issue of more people wanting to get on before everybody gets off, but we sort through that. But having people on the platform assist the conductor and the crew to get all that work done so we can close doors and get the train out of the station. Those crowded conditions we have to manage. We can't just put our hands up and say we can't manage it, and those are some of the actions that are being taken. And aggressively manage the weight assessment. The regular, if we're saying we're running a 4-minute headway, making sure trains are as close to every 4 minutes, because then the dwell time in the stations is where it needs to be.
So to confirm, you said you still are aiming for the December 31st opening date, and that you want to open the entire system at once, not
all 4 stations.
all
yes.
4 stations at once. Do you have security concerns about it being New Year's Eve, the transit police being, overwhelmed already by having to handle regular New Year's Eve security concerns? The train line goes through Times
We have
Square, et
security
cetera.
concerns whenever we have a high-profile day, Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade, the fireworks, things of that nature, and the importance of, it's actually like 3.5 because 63rd Street is already half open, but that's an item we have to cover off, and we will cover it off. And the Transit Bureau of the New York City Police Department knows they're going to have that in their scope of work. They do have it, and then we'll make sure we deal with it. But we will pay the same level of attention as we do, heightened level, on New Year's Eve for the entire system.
Hello. I have a short question, so it's a two-parter. Who makes the final call on an opening? Is it the governor? Is it you? Is it New York City Transit? And is Mayor de Blasio, he just said yesterday he wants to attend. Will he be invited?
For any issue related to service, in my time with Governor Cuomo, he has looked to me and my team to say when we run service. We have a water main break. He doesn't get involved generally in water main breaks, but we have a snowstorm. We have a major event. He has basically always asked, like, how long is it going to take? When can you restore the system? We want to get the system up and running, but the call is ours. He's never dictated that. And so it's me and my management team, and that's part of the responsibility we have. As far as the event and invitations, you have to ask somebody else. Right now, we are laser focused at getting all the work done and being able to open on December 31st.
Do you have any idea when you'll be able to tell us the exact date and time?
Stay tuned.
All right, you got it. Yeah. What did I do? I didn't know my